Hey guys, welcome. Today we're doing a Filterblade and NeverSink's filter update. It's been a while, right? I think it's been almost a year since the last PoE 1 update. It's equally weird that it's been exactly a year. Oh, it's equally weird that it's been such a long time. And it's kind of weird to come back to it. It's kind of weird to play PoE 1 again after PoE 2. Still, I'm very, very excited, especially after the PoE 2 experiences. Definitely miss this game. But yeah, guys, welcome. Today we'll be doing the photo update. Let me quickly adjust the webcam. I have no idea what's going on there. That should work. Right. So, what are we doing today? We're updating the filter. Now, for you, this might seem like we are building and updating the filter now. Truth to be told, I've been working on the update since pretty much over a week at this point, with some features taking more than 2 weeks at this point. So today we are mostly doing nice, fun visual things like discussing tiering, discussing correct shades of purple, thinking about mercenary gear and moving items here and there. Most of the program-based stuff has been done and prepared a couple of, well, already ahead of time. Why are we doing it this way? Because first of all, I don't think you care much for watching me grumble for hours while watching at dictionary of dictionaries and thinking how to properly move items around. And also because it's low risk. So today's stream is low risk. Yeah, once again, welcome everyone. So nice to see all of the no names. Thank you so much for the subs. I cannot promise that I'll be reacting to all the subs and shoutouts because we do have to uphold a certain timing, right? But let's do it very quickly. Now, Guinash, Timakin, Yosia, and Big Mac. Big Mac, very nice to see you. Thank you so much for the sub. Big Mac, thank you so much for the 36-month sub. Insane. Thank you. It's much appreciated. And thank you for the energy, guys. Oh yeah, the build is no longer lighting again. I think we should edit that. Commands, edit, build. Starting with Glacier, Cascade, Elementalist, later switching to Stormburst once I have special gear. There we go. Right, but yeah, playing Elementalist, going for golems at the start. I have some plans for later on. Let's start. So I have prepared a list of to-dos ahead of time. Since this will be obviously asked, this app is called Obsidian. It's really cool for organizing like ideas, thoughts, and so forth. I definitely can recommend it. And yes, it's free. No, I'm not paid with them. I should be paid with them. I really promote Obsidian a lot. Special way to write, you're right. I think we should improve it. Special. There we go. Alright, so we have our to-dos. We're gonna start by checking that we're on the right branch. As developers, we want to be able to return to the previous state of the code and to have certain safeguards. So the first thing we'll do is I'm gonna open my Git Kraken. It's a tool for managing repositories. So first of all, let me open all of the correct branches and commit things. So this is the filter precursor branch. These are the files that will eventually generate the filter. Work in progress 326. Let's commit that. Let me open the Filterblade branch. So I want to have local Filterblade around as well. Now I'm gonna promote Obsidian anytime. Git creating is a hit and miss. It's fairly costly. You can do without. It does a lot of things nicely, but you know I'm not gonna chill for Git creating. It's good, so it's good. Navi Pants, thank you so much for the sub giveaway. Much appreciated. Filter Polish Z. Oh boy, yeah, we need to go on the branch here. Definitely not pushing it right now. Oh, on the other hand, is there any reason not to push it right now? Now let's go for it now. So 326 prep. And you live with that. What else? We have the precursors. We need the aspect files now. And these are basically tiering defining files. Now I could go on a branch with them. I don't think we have to. So let's just start there. 326 preparation. What else do we have? Aspect files. I think we should be good and well now. Alright, so next up, start Filterblade, Filter Polish D, precursor repository, commit state. Anonymous, thank you so much. And guys, thank you so much for your support. It's very appreciated. Also, Dragonfell, thank you so much. 90 months, it's insane. Thank you. Much appreciated. It's nice to see you again. Trevor, thank you as well. Let's proceed. So, I want a state of Filterblade and a Filter Polish Z on my PC so that we can do this thing locally. Second. Be gifting subs later when PoE drops. Thanks. Much appreciated. I'll be streaming over the next days, but I think I'll start this PoE League offline. I want to enjoy it a little bit. I am so freaking exhausted after this week. There's been a lot of work, a lot of Filterblade work. I'll be showing what I've changed over the course of the stream, but I'm not sure if you can see it, but you know, my nerves and my energy is at an end. I just need a good old Ray classification, slap some Mercenary, force him to do my bidding. This is what we need. That came out really wrong. I know what, I'm doing that. I'm fighting for my life. May as well take his shoes. Right, so this is the local version of PoE, of Filterblade. Be gone PoE 2. Today we're doing PoE 1. This is the, by the way, this is the new background for PoE 1. I think it's nice to have Zana back. I think it's really, really well done. I'm definitely my favorite background for Filterblade so far. So I think that'll be pretty awesome. There's also a wallpaper of that. I'll post a high resolution picture on my Twitter or Blue Sky later on if you're interested in that. It works really well as a background. Anyway, then I need the Filter Polish Z tool. This is what we need to generate filters, to test if they're working, do all of this stuff. J Mangos, thank you so much for the sub giveaway. And same for Shipudot, thank you as well. Guys, I do want to tell you, sorry, I know I'm shooting myself in the foot there, but if you want to give me subs right now, so that you get the portal, the promotion is, sadly, not live yet. So save your subs for either tomorrow, where I'll be streaming, or give it to someone else. That's also perfectly fair. Just don't, you won't get anything now, okay?
This is exquisite.
Thank you so much for the support and for the donation, guys. You guys are the best. And thank you so much, Shipudot. All right, so let's start up the tooling. So what is this type of tooling? There's two things we can do here. The first thing is, this is the extra generator. This, if we start this up, we generate all of the filters. So let me just see if this tool works so that I have a stable state. So this tool generates all filters of all styles of all strictnesses. Oh, there's a warning. We need to fix that. But this is what we'll be doing in the very end. Besides, right now for testing, I don't actually need all of these styles and strictnesses. We also, it generates way too long. It's like 30 seconds. So let us switch the generation mode to only include the necessary tooling. So skip styles, yes. And also skip the soft filter. Sorry, only the soft filter. Okay, that is much faster. You know what? I also want the other filters, not just soft, for testing. Let us recompile that. Okay, done. So this tool also copies the latest version onto Filterblade and onto the Path of Exile directory, so I can quickly test it out. So what we can do now is we can open the live Filterblade version, and I need to actually log in, because if I'm running it offline, I can log in despite the offline mode. Give me a second. Where's that? There we go. Oh, or not. 1 second, I need to do it off screen.
Glorious.
Because while I trust all of you, except for one, I don't trust you with my passwords. Shiki and Reznov, thank you so much for the subscriptions. Same for Getix, J Mungus. Guys, thank you so much. It's also really nice to see all of the names again. That is awesome. Thanks.
Glorious.
Okay, stop loading PoE2. I only need PoE1 right now today. Alright, there we go. Pukijiro, it's nice to see you as well. Welcome. Right. These are tests. So I'm gonna create a new folder. Right, so now we can test things. Let's just see if this works. No, guys, no. This sub promotion is not live yet.
Oh, glorious.
You will not get any portals right now. Come back tomorrow or give it to a different streamer. It's only live when the server starts. Sephira, thank you so much for the sub giveaway. Much appreciated. Alright, let's check that everything works. So first of all, before we actually start developing. So first of all, there will be a new style. And you know this one probably from PoE2. This is the Cobalt style. So this is also releasing today. I actually really like this one. It's has very nicely grouped font sizes. The general visuals are very satisfying. It's also the first style that's actually shared across PoE1 and PoE2. Is there a style similar to Zen for PoE2? I might adopt Zen later. I do want to make a full style rework next update. What you can do is you can do two things. Well, three even. You can go for Elder. And Elder is very minimalistic. So this one has fairly little colors. While you see a lot of colors here, these are valuable items. It's not like you'll be fighting divine orbs every second, right? The second thing you can try out is you can go for Tabula Rasa, and here you can style everything completely. So it's like from zero. And what you can also do is like the third choice you have You could go for something like, let's say, Cobalt. I think Cobalt is not a great choice there. Let me find a better one. I think Abyss would work there. Yeah, you can go with Abyss, and then you can. What you can do here is you can go to Style, the global style edits, and you can do something like remove all sizes, remove all borders, remove all backgrounds. So now you're kind of left with this very minimalistic style, and then you can edit from here. So there's like a bunch of options you can do in order to create a very simple style where you can edit it from. What do you recommend someone with red-green color blindness? I recommend you to go to the advanced screen, click on about this filter, and click compare styles. And then pick something out that seems readable to you, because because I'm very bad at understanding different color blindnesses. So especially since there's a lot of variations. So really check what works for you, and I'm not sure if I can give you better advice. I'm sorry. All right, let's check our to-dos. Because okay, so done. Prepare matching economy states. Reset to new state, then to old. I think I've done this ahead of time, but let us quickly check that. So this is the filter generation, right? We can very quickly check if it works. I think we should do a very quick test run. So how do we do the test run? Very simply, let's look for Chaos Orb. So we're gonna look for... This is the Chaos Orb tiering, and I'm gonna set the Chaos Orb tiering to look like Divines. Well, to look like Exhaust in PoE 1. So I'm gonna just let this run. And then if I F5 here, I should be able to see it. And we can see this now has the sound and the appearance of Exalted Orbs. So this means we can very quickly, very easily test things out. All right, now I'm going to reverse that, rerun the generation. F5. And we see it's back. All right. Let's start then. Okay, adjust leak start their mode and dates. For that, we're gonna start up the desktop application. Finally, Friday update stream. I miss it so much. Me too, man. The update stream. I have a bittersweet feeling for that. It's always the stream where I'm most stressed, that's not an error, it's a warning. Most stressed, most exhausted, most anxious, but I'm also very happy that this is going live and things are finished and so forth. But I'm also just super missed you guys. I also just super missed league starts. I'm got so used to PoE leagues over 10 freaking years. Not having a PoE 1 league was very weirdo. Alright, so this is the tool we use to generate tier lists and to tier items into their correct states. Denizen Red, Xarox, and Sephiroth once again. Thank you guys, much appreciated, thank you. So this is once again the tooling we use for that. Now, what you see is if we sort by tiers, several items now go into the early league tiering. That's because what I've done is I've enabled before the stream, right before the stream, I've enabled the early league tiering mode. So starting from yesterday, for the duration of 4 days, the early league mode will be enabled on all economy based filters. That means I'm adding a few safeguards for certain items to not be highlighted. There will be some special handling for mercenary items, and some early league items will be handled as well. But this is working. This is fine. We can also see what kind of changes the tooling currently suggests. I think like half of the stream we will be working, improving this tooling, this steering here, looking into safeguards, looking what needs to be done. Yeah, let's take a look at this later. So, where are we? Adjust changelog. I don't need to do this right now. This is fine. Design new pole. Now we don't need to design the full pole, thankfully. But I do need a pole. Let me quickly do that. So I'm actually prepared most of it already. Why is this good? Why I'm doing polls? Because polls help me understand what the priorities are for tiering. I will be frequently asking during the next hours, what do you want to see in what tier? We are kind of like community sourcing this. I also want to know your priority. There is an over quality chancing rule. But I think there's only 2 items inside. I probably should do more for that. No, it requires me to pick a starter build. Well, yeah. So, what do we have for right now? There's a couple of questions. We want to review them really quickly. We'll be making a new filter guide. Yes, but I also want to do some general improvements to the beginner filter experience over the next months. I'm working on a fairly large rework there. Okay, let's go through that. What kind of weapon setup are you using? One-handed shield, no weapon, shield, dual wield, two-handed, or bow. Two-handed melee. Or bow. I don't think there's wait. Two-handed no, it's fine. Two-handed. Non-ranged. Is this all dual wield? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, no weapon, no shield. Fine. Okay, actually let's separate that. First week. No weapon, shield. Yeah, it's fine. So what weapon types are you using? I don't think anything new was added there. There's wands, minion wands, attack wands, bows, scepters, caster staves, one-handed swords, two-handed swords, one-handed axes, two-handed axes, foils, one-handed maces. I wonder if this will get like votes. Two-handed maces, claws, daggers, rune daggers, shield, weapon unarmed, and daggers for blade blast. Okay, that's fine. What kind of armor types and defense layers do you prefer this league? I don't think there's a lot more defense layers here. So let's see what there is. There's pure evasion, energy shield, armor, evasion, energy shield, armor. Yes. There's ward, conversion defenses. There's the block and spell block. Suppression, endurance charges, max resistance, fortify, mana, stone golem of safeguarding, a lot of stationary defenses. 6 portals is not a defense. Alright, do you have a plan in mind for the mercenary? This is one of the new questions. We'll be adding a second mercenary foe in a second. I don't want a mercenary. I want him to be my main DPS. I want him to be my frontline tank. I don't plan on really equipping him, just giving him random gear. Equipping him with... equipping him with buffing gear. Hold on 1 second. Melantos actually made a very good point. Let me quickly accept his PR. He's done amazing work for Filterblade with the bonus info. Let me quickly go through that. So this is a good point to actually shout out CDR, Sideways, Melantos, and Venom Assassin. Or you probably have you probably have used CDR's presets. You probably, if you've been on our Discord, you probably have been talking to them. They've done so much work and help for this update. Guys are heroes. Okay, Vert Exalted Orb, Orb of Remembrance, Shaper Orb, Kinecoralog. So this is basically adding a lot of the a lot of descriptions for items. So when you're on Filterblade, you can actually see these things there as information. All right, I don't want the Mercenary, equipping him with... okay, so then you have the options. I don't plan equipping him, make him a debuffer, make him a buffer, making him a charge generator. What do you think? Do they make sense for leveling? I think yes, and I think you'll have fun. I think this is the most important part. Also, while Mercenaries increase the HP of enemies, they also add bonus loot. Type on the last supported. Oh, I'm a supported myself. Okay, here something with support, but I want to focus on that. Likely a mix and match. And I'm running an animate guardian. There will be a break soon. I need more coffee soon, but I do need to finish the poll first. I'm running support specters, and I'm supporting myself. All right. So next, check with me. Did I forget something? I want to know what kind of content do you focus on. If you care about, if you wonder why this question is there, it's because of Scarabs. Okay, content types: bossing, betrayal, King's March, Aina, Delve, Alva, Blight, Ritual, Legion, Expedition, Breach, Delirium, Harbinger, Harvest, Domination, Exiles, Strongboxes, Beyond, Lab Farming, Vow Zone Farming. Definitely specking into Scarab farming and Possessed Spirits. Sanctum, oh yeah, right, I forgot about Sanctum, yeah, right? There's also Heist. Beyond, this is Scratch, kind of the same, right? Yeah, I forgot for Sanctum. Now this was the Forgetting Sanctum was not sponsored by the Anti-Sanctum Alliance, but it damn well should be. Because screw Sanctum. I actually really like the Sanctum League. I actually really like Sanctum as well. I just don't like the implications to the economy. I think Sanctum shouldn't be just a place to farm divines. Otherwise, I think it's a totally good league mechanic. All right, am I forgetting anything? Do you guys think there's something else missing? Like any? Let's go through that again. Think about it. Maybe there's some mechanic I forgot. Bossing, Betrayal, King's March, Aina, Delve, Alva, Blight, Ritual, Legion, Expedition, Breach, Delirium, Harbinger, Harvest, Domination, Exile, Strongboxes, Beyond Scourge, Lab Farming, Vow Zone Farming. Oh, Essences, yeah, definitely Scarabs, Possessed Spirits, Heist, Essences. How could I forget about our favorite crafting method? Thanks, you guys are awesome. Twist of Fate, Vow Temple. Yeah. Ultimatum? Wasn't Ultimatum there? Oh, we've got this. Wow. Yeah, you're right. Ultimatum. King's March or Settlers will be here. Abyss? How did I miss Abyss? Holy shit. Alva is and Temple is there. Alva, Incursion, Delve, Nico. Yeah, there's so many mechanics, it's insane. Anything else? What about to round up? I can't really... Well, you can check all checkboxes if you want, but what I want to know is this. Only check them if you either spec them on the tree. If you either spec them on a tree, sorry, I know two Nikos with a C, or if you use Scarabs. So only those two. Deleted Abyss. There's Abyss. Synthesis maps. If you wanna, yeah, no. If you wanna use something like, okay, you know what? You can add that. Speccing into synthesis maps. Yeah, it's kind of like special. Div cards, no, div cards don't count. Maven Guardian, that's actually fine. You know what? Speccing into Maven Guardian, speccing into Maven, speccing into Exarch or Ether. I don't actually care. This doesn't change anything for the tiering. There is boss map farming, bossing. A unique map farm? I don't think there's something I can think of. Farming the same unique maps all the time. You know what? If you want to farm uniques, that's fine. Straw boxes are there. All right. I think we're good. Shrines are there. What league are you playing? I think there's a lot of good options, or private league. All right, Untainted Paradise. Does your build care about one of these stacking mechanics? I think it's pretty self-explanatory. There's strength, dex, int, mana, rarity, as stacking. Then actually add a magic finder. He'll be wearing a ton of magic find and culling for me. Yeah, that stacking does not count. Sorry, guys. Going for the road tracker and regret orb usage also does not count. Yes, you can get equipped with Graveyard Gloves. Okay, what do you want to chance? I don't think this needs a lot of changes. There's like Mage... Okay, let's go through that. Mage Blood, Headhunter, Aegis Aurora, Rakiata's Dance, Lightning Core, Emperor's Vigilance, Ralakesh, Rizlata, Ephemeral Edge, Divination Dawn, Cos Priest, Meleis, Usurper Penance, Unnatural Instinct, Kitava Source, Void Battery, Cloak of Flame, Asanas Mark, Darkray Vectors, Covenant, Calm's Heart, Badge of Brotherhood, Melanie's Quiver, Heat Shiver, Doriani's Prototype, Defiance, Symbionless Squine, Rocky Erki. And there's also the non-option, which is pretty important. Life stacking? That's actually interesting. Yeah, let's do that. Totally forgot about that. Life stacking. So if you are under 8,000 life, we don't count. Same for mana stacking. It's like if you are under, you know what? I'm gonna make it easy on you. 7,500, right? 7,500. Defiance of Destiny. I don't think it's a decent chancing option, but sure. What the hell? I think it's already there. That's why it's not working. Gravebind. Alright, so what kind of archetype are you playing? A melee using projectile skill? Melee slam, melee non-slam, retaliation skills, archer, caster, totem, trap mine, minion, Bama, Brunt, cast on crit or similar trigger build. Something else that's very quirky, Righteous Fire, Aura Bot. Okay, fine. Poison Concoction, Poison, or Explosive Concoction. Chaos Dot is a caster. Then, what kind of damage type do you do? Instant, damage over time, minion based. These just 3 choices. Emotional damage does not count. Or dealing damage to the economy, by the way, also does not count. Are most of the endgame pieces rare? Yes, no, I don't know. Does your build care about quality on the weapon? Do you plan to utilize 325 endgame armors? What filter strictness do you start on? I think this is pretty self-explanatory. Server damage. Server damage does count, but I'm not gonna list it. Do you use Filterblade to customize? Not. What kind of filter do you use? There will be also another question, and this is really important. Are you looking for one of these uniques for your mercenary? Planning to get them in the first 48 hours of playtime. Alright, so there will be... Now you have your mercenary equipment section. Yes, we all know Purpose Store. I'm also gonna go Purpose Store, but let's first... I have something prepared. Okay, so these are specifically, for now we're gonna start with uniques that are mostly otherwise not so interesting. Then we're gonna add uniques that were interesting already, like Kingsmaker, but let's start. Ignoman. Shape as Seed. This is Blind Aura, right? Blind Aura. Region Aura. Then we have Purple Stow. Lucky Damage. Lucky Lightning Damage, right? I'm gonna go through my list first, and then you tell me what's missing, okay? Doedre's Daemling. Curse. We have Gratus Signet. This is Unnerve and Intimidate. Gifts from Above. This is Consecrated Ground plus Rarity. There's Anathema. This is basically extra curses. If you want a lot of curses, you need that. Calm Sign. This is Undo Charge Generation. Belt of Deceiver. This is Intimidate. I think it also had something else, right? Then we have Calm's Binding. Calm's Binding converts damage taken to fire damage. Yes, I know it doesn't stack with normal fire damage conversion. Let's not go into detail. Same for Pyro Shock Clasp. Converts damage taken into fire light damage, I think. Aquana's Bite is Chill Synergy. Then we have Wind Scream for curses. We have Wake of Destruction. I think that was for Shocked Ground. We have the Corpse Walker. This is for Corpse Generation. Find the Oak Shield. 3% HP region for Merc only. I'll link you the file later, but not now. Then we have Runner-Cache Impatience. By the way, this whole list has been done by Merontos. Once again, huge shout out for Merontos. I've been then afterwards reviewing and editing and modifying this list, but the initial preparation was done by them. Painseeker, this is Ailments. Then we have Asena's Gentle Touch. This is Curse plus Exploding. Vixen Entrapment. This is once again Curses. I don't know how it works. Then we have Tomb Fist. Let's look at this. I don't remember what exactly it gives. There were some versions, right? I think it was Intimidate or Onslaught. Blind Intimidate. Blind Intimidate are kind of the important things there, right? Blind Intimidate. Blind or Intimidate. Alright, then we have Gravebind. magic find must, as it gives mercs your kills. Then we have Algor Mortis. This is lightning damage for and sap for mercs that lightning damage boost and sap for mercs that use cold areas. This is the way to work, right? Southbound prevents mercs from killing. So if you need a on-kill effect, Southbound gives them that. So it prevents them from killing. Then we have the Learcast. This is Baby's first support helmet damage. Abbas Unification. I think it was elemental resist reduction. Eye of Malice. This is big elemental resist reduction and exposure. Am I right about that? Please correct me if I'm wrong. I keep forgetting names. Trickster's Smile. Sets elemental resistances to 0 if being hit. Res multiplier. Yeah, it was multiplying the elemental resistance. That didn't reduce, but practically speaking, you want it for reduction, right? There's Blood Price, reserves. I think it was 8% enemy life. Flame Sight. Thunder Sight, and there's Gale Sight. This is this gives you sap, Scorch, or Brittle, right? So these are kind of good options. Ilfaband's Trickery. Curses and Shock Ground. There's Ambush Charge. And that is Endurance Charge again and Sharing, I think. Was it that? I mean, I don't frequently care about Ambush Charge. It was always there, it always sucked, right? Gain maximum amount of endurance charge when they critical hit. Your nearby party members. Okay, it sets endurance charges. Okay. Endurance charge again plus sets your charges to merc charges max. So yeah, it's pretty good. Dorianis. Lightning resist reduction. Then we get to Grok tools. Makes merc tanky. That's pretty much it, right? Cospriest will. This is curses and poison synergy. Zandetus Kasok, and that is a big concentrated ground effect. Okay, then we have Victario's Charity. Yeah, this is Undo and Frenzy charges, I think. I think this is what the default was doing. I'm not sure. Let's actually look this up. Victoria's Charity, because I keep forgetting the charges. So there's two versions, right? There's Power and Frenzy, and there's also a replica Victoria's, which is probably Endurance and Frenzy. Okay. This is Power, Frenzy, Replica, Victorious, and this is Endurance and Frenzy. Then we have the Mute Wind Pennant, Brine Rod Flag, and Red Blade Banner. Now this, I know this is like all Warcry interactions, Warcry boosts. They're all very interesting, but I'm gonna expect that you know what they do if you're gonna pick them. What does Replica Ambush Charge do? G specified that ambush charge that mercs isn't a party member, so ambush charge won't work. Okay, so ambush charge does not work. Good to know. Ambush charge. Let's go with that. Thanks, sites. Much appreciated. Red blade. Mutant pennant, and then we have the weapons, and we have dying breaths here. Damage, curse, and other boosts. Sign of the Sin Eater. This one basically protects you from ailments, more or less. Then we have Dread Arc, applies vulnerability. No, wait, applies flammability on hit. And then we can also do curse on hit unique rings. Whew. Okay. We are looking at mercenary things. High-risk choose, culling strike on bowmark. Okay. High-risk choose, culling strike for bowmarks. We are looking for what kind of mercenary equipment are you looking for? So if there's something missing here, tell me. There's Ignomos, Shapers, Perkils, Doedrus Damning, Gratus Signet, Gifts from Above, Anathema, Calm Sign, Veils Deceiver. I'm not really interested in Kingmaker, to be honest, because what are we gonna hide siege access? We're not hiding Soul Takers, so I'm gonna add this, but we are focusing on the first 48 hours. Now, you may be able to afford a Kingmaker. You know what? Kingmaker. Very expensive. Unlikely in first 48 hours. So be realistic. Like if you think you can reliably afford a Kingmaker in the very first 48 hours for your Mercenary, sure. And let's go with same for Call of the Void, same thing. Then we get Crown of the Tyrant. It's also pretty expensive. Garb of the Ephemeral, also Garb of the Ephemeral. Then we have the Doppelganger guys. Yes, you can equip and unequip mercenaries. Learkas is there. Mercenary slot Slinklops. Yeah, they will be marked, but they are from mercenaries. I don't think this is the case. I'm not adding original sin. A blood price is already there. Oscar? Yeah, I'm sure. Dorian is already there. Assassin's Mark on hit curse. Oscar is actually a good option. I haven't thought of that. Okay, anything else that is missing? Ew. We can also add the option not planning on giving Merc any support items and not planning on running Merc. So if you don't care about these options or of these, then you are a fool and you don't deserve to play PoE, because there's only one right way to play. You should be banned to playing the Sanctum and not be allowed to play with other kids. When the anti-Sanctum Alliance takes over people who don't want to play with Mercs will be banned to that Sanctum, I'm telling you now. Right. Not planning to gear mercs? Yeah. Not planning to gear mercs. We can also add the option. Ah! Great. Ah! Good work. And then only planning to give them a ton of magic find. There's this option as well. I think Santa said, yeah, I've added these uniques. Pull form to break. Yeah, so, okay. What kind of damage type do you do? Instant damage for time, minion?
A glorious spectacle.
Okay, I think this is good. I think I want you guys... I think I want your opinion, guys. This would really help. Now, I know you'll probably need like 5 to 10 minutes to get this done. I would still really appreciate if you would take the time to answer these questions. So, I'm a little bit confused there. Why is it published? Responder view. Okay. Anyone with link. Copy responder link. Cool. Let me take a look. Okay, cool. So I tested it out in an incognito window. It seems to be working. So please, guys, wait. I actually wanna. All right, so. Guys, please answer the poll. Please answer the poll for gameplay and merc preferences. All right, so then in the meantime, I'm gonna post things in the news channel. And also gonna add these to the PoE channels. And also gonna post it on Twitter. That you are interested in the upcoming Filterblade update. There's no option for minion bows for Barman in the second question. I think pick 2 with whatever is closer there for now. I know what you mean, but this is not necessarily more or less how you would loot bows anyway. Missing option for Peacock? There's one. No weapon shield or no weapon or no shield works there, right? Okay, fine. You guys want the Bama bow, that's fine, and Chaos bow. Chaos dot bow. There you go. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break here. I'm gonna grab more coffee. In 5 to 10 minutes, we proceed, probably less, and then we actually integrate all of these results. I would much appreciate if you take the time to answer that. That is helps the quality of the filter a lot. Thank you. See you in a few minutes. Right, I'm back. First of all, I want you guys to see the results. Where can I set this up? Collect emails. Yeah, share result summary. Go. You can see that. So you should be able to see this. All right, so let's have a brief glance on what happened so far. We are still gonna review that a little bit later. Random cat time. You're right, but we don't have a lot of time, so there's Mochi. Do you see him? There's Mochi chilling for his life. He's and also there's Kimchi. Let me grab a few snacks while we wait for a few more results. Alright, we are back. Cloak of Tommy Eiley is not on the list, but it won't be hidden anyway. So, let's go to the responses while we feed Kimchi. One of those things is more important than the other one. Thank you guys all for your kind words. Alright, so that's a lot of shield users. I'm going to attribute it to mostly being casters. It is, self-cast is quite nice this league. There is the wield. Meshes, oh yeah, 200, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, it's not just lightning, Percus stores over damage. Well, yeah, good to know. Oh, it takes more damage from lightning, you're right. I forgot it. I think you take more lightning damage. That was the way it works. Or your lightning damages. Was there something? Percus Stoke had a downside, right? I'm planning to use it. I totally forgot it's not just lightning. So what weapon are you going to use? We can definitely see the focus there is on wands and two-handed axes and scepters. So it's interesting because, you know, a couple of days ago I did another poll and it was much less polarized. There were like more ranged players, more minion players. Now it's very, very polarized. It's pretty much minions. Sorry, it's pretty much slams, and I'm pretty sure like 95% gonna play Volcanic Slam or Fisher or Snaking. Volcanic Fisher Snaking. And the other people are gonna go with like what she needs to be fed as well, right? And the other people will probably play something with a golem. That's gonna be my guess. I'm gonna be in the second group, by the way. Alright, so but yeah, this kind of gives us an idea of what we need to tier, right? And these people are probably also some of them Righteous Fire enjoyers. Alright, then we get to the armor types. Armor Evasion is the predominant armor type, with pure armor also being quite up there. That's actually pretty interesting, because I would have expected to be a little bit more on the other end. But I suppose a bunch of people just didn't really care for that, because even if they... Thanks, Capture. Because even if there's if they're gonna run something like energy shield and stuff, they're not gonna focus on that. Okay, then what else do we have here? There's a lot of suppression going on, and honestly, I'm not planning to go suppression this time, and I'm already feeling that. Then we have endurance charges, max resistances, so increase max resistance block. There's mana. Not too many mana users. Okay, so suppression. Okay, it kinda checks out. It's pretty much the similar meta as last time. Suppression and enduring charges being the focus, armor, evasion bases being the most popular ones, and we see pretty much the. Oh, it's actually interesting. Evasion itself is very unpopular. I kinda didn't expect that. Maybe Righteous Fire, indeed. The senior people among us need that. So, let's review the updates. What else is there to want enjoys? Wow, there's 8 mace users. What the hell? Okay, next up, 8 mercenary users. Sorry, not 8 mercenary. So actually the majority of people plans to equip them with buffing gear. Some focus on debuffing gear. So people, at least the people here, will actually try to do something with their mercenary, not just mix around. I'm kind of curious how many people want to see him as magic friend source. Okay, actually 10%. That is a serious number. Charge narrator, something with support. There's also 50% people running animated guardian, and some 7% specters, and 3% being the supporters themselves. Okay, let's take a look at the leaks. This is also very curious. Now, there's a lot of Giga Chat Expedition enjoyers there, the Rock boys, and maybe some Tujin boys. Interesting. And there's a lot of I'm not surprised about Betrayal, it's new. This is what I'm surprised about. I didn't expect so many people going Expedition. I kind of thought it would be a little bit more balanced out. I mean, Rock is amazing in the start still. Okay. One brave person is gonna go into the Vow Zones and to never return. There's some harvest farmers, a lot of harvest farmers. 40% of people are clinically brain dead and are okay with farming Blight. I don't know, I'm just so bored by Blight. Blight is rewarding and good. I just can't. It's so boring. Like Uber Blight maps. Oh no, I can. It's like standing still for nearly 5 minutes to half the builds, and anyway, I don't think you should be shamed for being brain dead. So, my girlfriend walked in and looks at me weirdly, and I mean, she's totally right. I'm shaming 50% of the players in PoE. They want to farm Blight. It's like supporting COVID. Why shouldn't I shame it? Right. Okay, she's not very pleased, and she went away. I suppose she's right. Okay, so then we have most people going softcore, and some people going softcore self-found. Okay, most people don't stack anything. There's not really anything like looking that there's gonna be dominating tendency. Like last league, there was, I think it was like 30% people were stacking endurance charges. Guys, thank you so much for your kind words. Much appreciated. Yeah, chip stacking gear. Alright, some people are gonna try to chance Mage Weapon Headhunter, that's fair. Nothing really dominating in terms of chancing here, so... And it's a bit of an issue because that kind of makes it hard to decide what should be chanced. Okay, we need to refresh because the table becomes slower since people are the responses. So I need to Ctrl F5 refresh it. Okay, now come the interesting thing. So what kind of archetypes are you starting to play? Melee slams. Okay. We had more casters in the last spawn. Now we have more melee slams. I'm very curious about it. Now, first, I know, I mean, I get it, right? I'm like 90% certain it's like all of it is volcanic fissure of snaking. Because volcanic fissure of snaking feels like a caster minion melee build. It's like the least melee build I've seen in my life, but it's amazing, right? I get it. I'm not blaming anyone for that. Alright, but other than though the melee slams, and even the melee slams is just 22%, right? It's just 22%. So it's not like highly dominating melee gang. It's like, okay, well, 1/5 of the player plays melee, pretty much 1/5 plays caster. There's still 50% playing non-slams, and 5% people probably can't find a weapon or something and play a Spectre Throw. I don't know what these guys are, I'm not asking. Total trap, it's very, very, very healthy. Honestly, it's a very healthy distribution. Imagine if an AIPG has like 65% people playing the same skill. That would never happen in Path of Exile. Never. It's good that there's no spears in PoE 1. Alright, so it's pretty healthy. It's very, very healthy. I'm actually gonna I'm actually okay with defending PoE 2 to a degree. I think that PoE 2 is a game that has a big future ahead of it. I think it will become a great game in the future. That being said, I think it's also very fair to say that right now it still feels very early accessy compared to PoE 1. Like, this is pretty much my stance on PoE 2. Alright, so let's take a look at the guys. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you so much for the support. Ceci, Rebecca, Totally Trav, Novik, Deralicious, Baum, Intertobi. Thank you again. Are you looking for one of the uniques? There's Shaper Seed people, Learcast people. So most people actually go for a realistic choice there. So personally, I'm probably gonna try to be one of the Perkle Store people and one of the Calm's Binding people, but not sure about the rest. There's a healthy distribution of things. I think it's good to take a look there. You should be able to see the results once if you answer the questions. What kind of damage do you do mostly? So we'll be using this later. Guys, still keep voting, keep polling. I definitely will be considering these results. We're just doing a sweep overview. We're going more in depth soon. All right, most people go for instant. Nothing really crazy here. A lot of armors, very good. Most people don't care about weapon quality. So 40% attackers mostly. Do you plan utilize 325 base set armor? Most people plan having high defenses in the end game. This confirms pretty much the tiering I've done. Yes, you can still fill out the servants. Actually, very, very helpful if you do. Please fill out the survey. It's much appreciated. I'll be reviewing. I'll be looking at the results over the next hour and two. What filter strictness do you start on? So most people start semi-strict, strict, regular. This has no effect on... well, it's kind of interesting for me to know how people think, but this is actually just for me. This question is not for the update, it's not for you, it's for me. Were you customers in Filterblade? This is actually interesting, but pretty much the same result as before. What kind of filter setup do you use? Filterblade Expert Sync. Okay. Right, I suppose let's start. Let's review. Let's go back to our to-dos. Don't worry, we'll be. This is done. This is done. Okay, before we start the actual tiering, I need to ask you guys for help. This happens every update. I want you guys to echo a few things. Why do I do that? Because there's a lot of misinformation. I would appreciate that if you answer these questions, if you have it like with friends, or if you encounter someone in global chat, or maybe, you know, in Reddit, I don't know, something like that. Just a few misinformations. First of all, the previous filter, the one you have right now, will not work in the new update. So you do need to update. We'll talk about how to update in a second. The filter I'll be releasing in a couple of hours will not work in the current version. So you, in the new version, in the 3.26 update, you need the new filter. You will not be able to use the old one, and vice versa. You can't use the new one in the old version. How do you update the filter? You update it by, if you're using Filterblade, you will have to if you're using Filterblade, you just load Filterblade, then go to export, and, well, let's actually load the filter. It'll take a while to load because the backend API is sleeping, but let's still load it. So if you're using the letter filters, the one you subscribe here. Oh. These ones will be updated automatically. You just have to restart the game. You can't edit them, you can't use them with styles, you can't use them with the stable version, but they will update automatically. Nothing else needs to be done. If you play on console, you can try these. I'm not sure if they will be working on console. Usually console receives my filters just as a file. This update, they will not receive them because GG and me ran out of time. So you may need to subscribe here, or you will, I'm not sure this works so, or what works for sure on console is going to Filterblade, making a filter, picking a strictness you like, going to export and saving and synchronizing. So that works on console for sure. Now, how do you update? As I said before, you go to the My Filter page, you load your filter, then you go to export, and then either you go the download route or sync or save route. Just by loading, your filter will be updated. Now comes the hard and the harsh truths. Do you have any changes done in this section? In this section, jewelry, weapon and armor, crafting, influenced, and those two. You are losing all of them. You're losing pretty much all of the sections. I've said this already several times on Discord, on Reddit, on Twitter. All of the changes will be lost in these sections because GG is changing the game a lot. There's a lot of changes to the meta. There's the new memory items. There's the veiled item changes, also the veiled items. All of the changes there will be reset. It's unfortunately, this is just what we have to do. You will have to repeat your changes. I'm sorry about that. I've been looking into ways to migrate the scripts, but just look at it. It's like completely differently structured now. Like the Veld stuff is structured differently. The crafting stuff, it has been 100% rewritten. I've spent like 3 days, I'm not kidding, I've spent like 3 days staring at the freaking whiteboard, thinking how to accomplish the new tiering. And I really had this cool eureka moment where I finally got struck with the solution of how this should be working. Custom rules should be working, but check the priority. Maybe the priority is now off. I don't guarantee everything works perfectly there. Triple check if the priority of custom rules is fine. So you might need to adjust that. But yeah, these changes are being lost. There's also a whole bunch of changes to Filterblade in general. New background, there's a new style. You can find the style here. It's the Cobalt style. You can, by the way, change the style even if you have a filter loaded. You can also change the strictness, so you don't need to start a new filter. Custom sounds will work. There's a lot of changes to the general structure of Filterblade. There's changes to like Scarabs. Well, you can discover this kind of yourself, right? Campaign area should be fine. But yeah, all right, so this is the stuff I want you to tell. So yes, once again, GitHub redownload. Subscribe type filter, they will be auto-updated. Filterblade, you need to load and synchronize or load or download. If you use a Filterblade with my Patreon auto-update option, first of all, thank you so much for supporting. You will get the auto-update, but you will still lose the changes in these sections because this affects anyone. So you might want to load Filterblade, adjust things. If you have modules and have changes here, it will also be reset. So this affects pretty much everyone, no matter how privileged you are. I don't care if you're the Prince of England. You will lose the changes here. So these sections, jewelry, weapons, veiled, crafting, over quality, and influence. All right, let's proceed. Hey, CDR, also CDR, Venom, Melon, Sides, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your huge support over this update. Right, let's start. Any chance you're doing a leaks sale on the Patreon with auto update? Honestly, no. And the reason for that is not because I don't want to. I have not really done anything like any paid feature optimization since 2 years. Pretty much we've implemented it, we've added infrastructure, it works, and our focus has been on updating everything else. I don't have any complex payment options there, like investing, especially now with like the whole work going on for Filterblade. I just don't want to do any sort of Patreon optimizations there. I will look into it maybe next time, but I'm not sure. I need to think about that. Is there option to show specific veiled items? Yes. You can either do a custom rule, or you can retier the veiled items here. So you can do all the tiering here if you want to. There's also still special rules for... Well, I'll show you the veiled stuff later. We need to get on with the tiering. Right. Now, I haven't done a lot of tiering work so far. I've been mostly focused on reworking other stuff. So let us start. I'm gonna first restart the UI. Unfortunately, you currently can't make the gold completely invisible, like hidden, but you can make it transparent and to keep the minimap icon. So just increase the transparency on Filterblade. Do this. That should work. I want to add text-to-speech filters at some point, but it's not a priority. Why is the сайт not? Почему сайт перестал вру работать? So, I have done nothing about Russia. So I have not blocked or unblocked or changed any settings. So if it's not working, it's your ISP. The same for Spain. Spain has done a lot of stupid stuff with Cloudflare. I have not blocked or done any regional stuff. Right, let's start. So the tiering is already. I've done some pre-tiering. So what we are looking at now is changing the tiering in a way that will be applied in the beginning of the league in a clever way. So for that, I want to quickly show you the tools because it helps you understand what I'm doing and helps me remember how it's working. This is the list of all currencies in the game. I'm currently looking at economy data from around 3 weeks into Settlers. So it's pretty much nearly a year ago. Still, I think the economy data is the best we can use, but I'm simulating the DeviantArt price at around 45 to 60 chaos per divine. So I'm using a much cheaper divine price there. You can see how something is tiered. For currency, only items that are allowed to be tiered will be tiered. For instance, Mirror of Calandria just has no tiering because it is never allowed to leave the S tier, the T1. It will always stick here. I don't need to tier that. Same for Hinakawa's Lock, same for Mirror Shard. These items will always be in the same tier, no matter if the economy says that I need to make it very, very cheap. Right, then we get to the Veiled Orb. We can safely ignore that this item no longer exists. It's now a Veiled Exalted Orb. Okay, Fracturing Orb stays T1, Reflecting Mist stays T1, Tainted Divine Teardrop stays T1. What we can also do is add safeguards. There's 2 rows here. This row changes the behavior of the currency. So for instance, if I set it to tierable, this currency is allowed to be tiered. If I set it to divine bottom, not only do you have a great ass, but it is not allowed to drop below T2. I know it's nowadays exalted orbs, but I still use the old name here. So there's a lot of like these behaviors that can use. If I set it to early league interest, this will be using a higher virtual price than it's actually showing in the current economy. Keep in mind that there is no economy at the start, so you do need to know some information. Then there's this setting, and this setting is kind of like a safeguard setting. I can create a whitelist or a blacklist. For instance, this setting means, I'm going to explain what it means. This stands for early game, this stands for late game, this stands for always unless E or L is active. And then there's a set of rules. This set of rules says the tailoring orb at the beginning of the league, early game, is allowed to be in Tier 2 Divine, Tier 3 Annul, or Tier 4 Chaos. It's A, B, and C tier. If for some reason the prices are wrong here, or something doesn't match, or it doesn't find anything else, the fallback tier is T2 Divine. This is the bright pink area. So we'll be adding these sort of safeguards to every single currency where it makes sense. Let's start with Fracturing Orb. Doesn't really need a lot of work. It'll be sticking very nicely to T1. It's also not allowed to drop below T2 because of Divine Bottom. Same for Reflective Mist. Same for Tainted Divine Teardrop. All of these, actually we're gonna switch it to Divine Bottom, which has a great ass. Awakeness Orb, same story, T1, T2 only. Hunter Exalted Orb, Orb of Dominance, Maven's Orb. Honestly, these items are the easiest to tier. Like, there's no... It's really easy to tier, like Blessing of Chayula. The hardest things like Chance Orbs. Enjoy figuring out if Chance Orb should be in T5 or T6 at day 4 of the economy. Okay, this is kind of random rant, but still, Crusade, Exalted Orbs. Okay, these T1s are easy. Tailoring Orb. Tailoring Orb is allowed to go T2, T1, T4. I'm also going to allow it to go into... No, it's fine. I think it's not quite as valuable at the start. We're going to go with that. Orb of Conflict. Also, T2 and T3. It's not very demanded at the start. It will be demanded like a couple of days after. Sacred Life Force is kind of similar, but I'm going to give it T1 as well. Blessing of Xoph and these are T1 items. T1, T2, so it'll go into T1. You can see what true would end up being there. Blessing of Tool is fine, Blessing of Ash. Exceptional Eldritch Ember goes into T2 Divine. It's not allowed to be in anything else than T3 and T2 at the start. Blessing of Ulnato, Eldritch Chaos Orbs T2, T3. Many orbs, so I intentionally put many orbs from T1, so S tier into A tier. S tier is the white background is T1. Let's actually visualize that just so that you know what I mean. When I talk about T1, I'm talking about this. When I'm talking about T2, it's this. This is T3. This is T4. So at the beginning of the league, so just kind of the first 2 days, the Eldritch Orb will be in T2 or T3, preferably T2. There's the safeguard in order to prevent economy manipulation and for items being too exciting. Because it feels like shit if you find something like an Eldritch Orb and it makes a shrink sound and is then worth 10 chaos because no one cares about this early. T2 is A tier, yes, T2 is A tier. Exceptional Eldritch Echo also just A tier at the start. I know the naming is confusing. I still use the old conventions. Eldritch Orb of Annulment also T2 at the start. It was never expensive day 1. Tainted Exalted Orb also goes Exalt tier. Tempering Orb T2 as well at most. Fracturing Shard. Now Fracturing Shard is interesting because Fracturing Shard might actually be S tier. But last league it wasn't, so we're gonna put it into the A tier for now. So it's gonna go here. Sacred Orb goes into T2 as well. No one cares about that at the start. Maven, Chisel, all of this is T2. This is fine. Exalted Orb is never allowed to move. It is kind of representative of the A tier. Tainted Orb of Using. This is a curious one. Tainted Orb of Using goes into the A tier, but it is allowed to go into the S tier because it's such a valuable item at the start. Making sure we remember to hide mirrors in the new filter. Thank you so much. I constantly forget to hide mirrors. Hide mirrors and mirror shards. Also divine orbs for sanctum runners. Thanks. Eldritch Exalted Orb. It will be T2, T3, T4 with T2 focus. That should be fine. Okay, Ancient Orb. Ancient Orb is our first T3 item, and I think this is fine. Fertile Catalyst T3, Maven T3, Tainted Mythic Orb T3, Maven Chisel T3, Grand Ember T3, Ritual Vessel T3, Otherworldly Scouting Report. This is probably T2. I think at the start of the league, this is actually T2 and not T3. Because it's kind of very much in demand. Then we have the Comprehensive Scouting Report. This is weird. I'm gonna also put it T3, T2. But let's focus T3. Tainted Chaos Orbs, this works for me. Tainted Catalyst, T2, T3, T4. Grant Eldritch, T2, T3, T4. A singular Scouting Report. Probably should be also rather T3 than T4. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with T3. Influence Scouting Report, also T3 focus at the start. At the beginning, these are very much in demand. Orb of Annulment will be sticking to T3 at the start. Tainted Chromatic Orb is T2, T3, T4, T5, that's fine. Tempering Catalyst, T2, T3, T4. I'm also going to allow T5 for Catalyst. I don't think these Catalysts are very in demand at the start. What was Operative Scouting Report? What was that doing again? Do you guys remember? Operative Scouting Report. Was it a leak? What was it? Was it Blight? I don't remember what... Let's look it up. Operative Scouting Report. Granting missions with rewarding implicit modifiers. Rewarding implicit... I don't think it's very valuable. Blight Scouting Report, same story. I think it should go T4, but not kinda. Tainted Armor Scrap, kinda cool, but still T4. Stack Deck, T4 at the start. These safeguards have been a god bless. Because, you know, all of you, we were all fooled, guys. We were all fools. If you thought Faustus would save us all, and he kinda did. But you know what happened? It destroyed good economy data because GEG did not enable a proper economy API for Faustus. So what we are often left with is the Path of Exile / trade currency prices. And if you ever search for Path of Exile trade for currency in the last year, you know how often this thing is super crap. Someone tip me $50. Oh shit, I totally missed that. I've been very focused. Zigra, I'm very sorry for missing it. And guys, thank you all for your support. Zigra, that's very generous of you. Thank you so much. I am sorry for being completely blind. Yeah, thank you so much. Super appreciate it. Great Outreach, Amber. Etwas, danke dir. Great Outreach, Amber. You know, Frieren has ruined me. I really love the anime, but every time I see someone's name, and it's a German name, and I speak German, I live in Germany since 20-something years, I think, that would be a cool Frieren name. Because every single name in Frieren is German. Great Eldritch Ember. We all constantly make this joke with my girlfriend as well. Like, Mochi, the fluffy cat, is sitting there and it's like, Flausch, 20 years after the death of the hero Himmel. Anyway. Flauschig, yeah, Flauschig. Delirious Scouting Report isn't really in demand at the start. Great Eldritch Ember T4, Gem Cataclysm T4. Could even go T3. Gem cutters are kinda in demand. Live in Düsseldorf? No, I live in Lübeck. Northern Germany. Harbinger's Chaos Orb T4. Annulment Shard T5. Exalted Orb Shard. Oh, this goes into T5 and T4. That's fine. Turbulent Catalyst. Honestly, the scouting reports are big because of former memory mission. Yeah, but it kind of depends how often you get them. So I'm gonna reserve my judgment to them. Turbulent Catalyst. There's a lot of text, intrinsic, accelerating. These are all fine. May even Chisel of Procurement. Let's go with T3 here. Vow Scouting Report. This goes into T3 and null. I think specifically at the start this is pretty cool, so let's actually put it in T4. Explorer Scouting Report, T3, T4, T5, Engineer's Orb, T5 and Chrome. It kind of became a little bit better now, but I don't know. I mean, it's good with strong boxes, but most of them are corrupted in the end game, so it's kind of weird. Tainted Jeweler's Orb is T4, that should be fine. Imbued Catalyst T4, Brazen Catalyst T4, Noxious Catalyst T4. Cartographer's Chisel is T5 and should probably sticking around T5, T4 there, and kind of like this. Regal Orb. T5, T4, they're a little bit actually fine. Greater Eldritch Ember, T4, T5. Why is it? I think it should be just T4 at the very start, and then they're gonna go economy there. Glassblower's Bobble is going back to T4. With T3 still being allowed. No, it's fine. At the very start, it's going to be T4, I think. Actually, let me remove that. Painted Blacksmith Whetstone. Especially at the start, this is not going to 6. T5, T4. Vow Orb, T5, T4 should be good. Orb of Unmaking, T4, T5 should be also fair. Orb of Enkindling, very much unneeded in the start, so it's gonna go T5. Lesser Eldritch Ember, T4, T5. Is fair. Orb of Scarring, T5, T4. Orb of Obturation. Orb of Obturation, the start specifically should be sticking to T67. I think this is fair. A lesser Eldritch Ichor. Oh, maybe yeah, not T5. Thank you so much, Jenna, for the donation, and thank you all guys for supporting. I missed a ton of supporters. Let's go through quickly. Niekas, Tigenta, Chilikröte, Roxwelte, Trieb, Apon, Devon, again. Thank you, Treasure Beast, Brutality, Zakeshow, Metaphysics, Sassy Rebecca, Totally Trav. Thank you guys. I mentioned a few guys a couple of times. Thank you all. Thank you all for the support. It's much appreciated. It's also just awesome to see so many names the game after nearly 1 year. This tradition is kind of like one of the central things in my life, right? It's just something that kind of structures life as a responsibility, something that I feel very much like, okay, this is something I'm doing, people are having fun, this is something important to me and a certain group of people, and this is just, I think responsibility matters. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. It's been 84 years, yes. Orb of Regret. I'm allowed only one emotional speech per league. I'm not sure if this one counts. Orb of Regret, T5, T4 at the start. Orb of Horizons, T5 at the start. Nothing else. T5, T4 actually. Blessed Orb will be T5, T4 at the start. Instilling Orb will be more than T4 and T4, T5, I think. Horizon higher? You may be right. Maybe T4, T5. Let's go with the reverse one. Let's go T4 at the start. T4 at the start, and then it will be whatever, right? Instilling Orb. Yeah, you're right. Guardian reroll. It's much more powerful. using is T5, T4, alchemy. Keep in mind that I'm only locking these tierings for the first few days of the league, and they will still be considering economy. It's kind of like a, let's go with a magnetism towards certain tiers. This is just so that at the very start the economy is less messed up, because it's hard to tier things based on economy if you have no economy. Zero, thank you so much appreciated. Chromatic Orb, T67, Silence Killer, thank you so much as well, guys, you're awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Julia's Orb, T67 should be fine at the start. Orb of Binding, T5, T6. Armor Scrap. Okay, this is, and now we get to this Orb of Chance. Orb of Chance should be T6, T5. So it definitely should never be allowed to enter something like Transmute. Okay, so we're gonna save it again, and we're gonna now click this button again, Perform Suggestions. And you can see things have already changed. So, for instance, the Orb of Chance will now be in the T6 tier. And the Orb of Horizon is now locked to T4 tier. So, currency is done. Now keep in mind that this is just the start of the league tiering. We might... I didn't add any always tiering to them. And that means our first task is done. Uniques. This is probably the hardest and longest thing we'll be doing today. Pun not intended, but I think we all should appreciate a good one. So let's agree to one thing. Let's agree to one thing, guys. We're gonna do some unique tiering, and we are not gonna talk about mercenaries for now. So we're gonna do unique tiering twice. Once not for mercenaries, and then for mercenaries. Alright? So the first guy to say Perkle Stowe, I'm giving the official allowance to mercenaries, not mercenaries, to moderators to mute you. Okay? 1 hour mute for Perkle Stowe for, no, not 1 hour, 10 minutes for being a dick. It's up to them. If they don't want to do that, it's fine. It's but I think we all can use a little bit of power abuse in the league where we can we can fight people for their shoes. Zoe freaking. Where's the button? Just because you have written most of Filterblade's code doesn't save you from laws. Right. Okay, serious talk. So, we need to do two things. First of all, we need to review what is currently early league, and then we need. So first, we're gonna see what should be removed from early league, and then we're gonna see what needs to be added for early league. Okay, is someone looking for Greed's Embrace? I don't know. It's kind of okay. It's a very starter. Okay, so what are early league mods things? Early league things are items that are not generally expensive. However, especially at the start of day 1 or 2, they suddenly become much more in demand. Now we're not thinking about mercenary items right now, so I don't think Greed's Embrace counts. That being said, Yeah, that's fine. Mind Spiral. Do you think Mind Spiral needs to be early league? I mean, I suppose there's a bunch of people running mana stuff. Hemophilia is a great example of an early league item. It's not really great. It's not really very powerful. It's not very, but it's something, you know, you can actually equip it and be happy with that just because it increases your clear. You will not be doing that like day 3, but especially day 1, it is solid. It is a good item. More of Mischief, no, Ancient Skull, it's also kind of similar. There's a bunch of people who want this specifically at the start. It also shouldn't be hidden. It's kind of alright if it drops. Sappho's Frame is another one. It's that's right. Rainbow Stride, let's remove it. I don't think this is very much in demand nowadays. Crosspress, I don't think this will be high in demand unless you think that I'm not even. Oh, I think it still uses the early league tiering for free share. That's why so many weird items are here. Yeah, let's get rid of the early league stuff. Coral Ring. Calm Sign is kind of interesting at the start, but yeah, I don't think it's that expensive right now. And the Ambu tech doesn't work anymore doesn't work for mercenaries. So you can't use Calm Sign to give you extra charges. So it's gonna be fine, but it's not actually. I don't know. What the thoughts? Calm Sign early league or not? Keep in mind this also makes Winterweave and Cybils to be early league. I want a quick. I would appreciate a quick yes or no. This is honestly something I'm never sure about. It's like one of those weird cases. Okay, the people have spoken. Pragmatism. Well, yeah, that's fine. It's a boss drop only anyway. These ones. Now, I think they'll be expensive anyway because, well, there's like a million reasons why these are expensive. Honestly, we can... what we can do for them is just do that first, wait. It was like that. Early league, and then... This is a blacklist. This means it's forbidden to go to Hideable and Hideable 2 at the start of the league. And if it can't find any other tier, it will be put into early league. So I can either design a blacklist or white league. Now keep in mind this is only applying to the first days. This is the same logic here. So you see Carcass Jack is not allowed to go, well, not allowed to go Hideable. Same for Cold Iron Point. Cold Iron Point is not allowed to go into Hideable at the start. Same for Obliteration. Jack the Axe. It's kind of expensive early on for some reason. I think it's for bleed build. Honestly, okay, wait. I never use Jack the Axe. Is it for bleed builds? Who uses Jack the Axe? Lesser Glad. Okay, fair. Jinx Juju, yeah, it's always in demand. Especially this league, I think you'll be seeing a lot of that. Gotrim, Wormsign, and Tanu Ahi, Quill Rain, Mutefin Pendant, Lightning Coil, Hezmana, Queen of the Forest. Queen of the Forest, early league, yes, no? Do you think there will be a demand for that at the start? Like, do you think lab runners will want it or something like that? Alpha Soul, demand early league. Vulcanus always demanded early league. Lycosite. Lycosite, yes, no? Keep in mind, this is not PoE 1. Not PoE 2. We are not doubling our accuracy. Yes, fair. Red Blade, automatically big yes. Dread Arc. I kinda need to think about mercenaries here because I think kinda Okay, Dread Arc. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a cheat code. You're allowed to talk about Dread Arc. You're even allowed to say Mercenaries. You're even allowed to say Perkle Stove for a minute. Dread Arc, yes or no? Because it applies flammability on hit. And people are running Volcanic Fissure of a meta, so I can actually see people running that. I'm gonna remove it for now. We may look for some other solution for Mercenaries. I mean, it's not hidden until like very strict or something, but it won't be like getting extra highlight. Lapis Arms, always expensive at the start. Yes, so I fixed that. I accidentally set some... Yeah, thank you. Facebreaker. Yeah, gotta keep Facebreaker for global chat, you're right. Yeah. Kintsugi, yes. Also it has areas, and all of the areas are kind of buffed. Original Sin. And the circles and Death Rush. Yeah, I don't think we need to discuss that. That goes into early league at the very least. Calm's Primacy, it's kind of like going to be Giga buffed. Very Giga demanded, so definitely goes to early league. In fact, I think it goes into T2. Well, I'm not quite sure about T2. T2? Fine, let's go T2. T2 it is. Wait, what? Oh, there was the 100 euro donation. I completely missed it. What the hell? I don't know who did this. I have no name. Crap. Wait, I have an Alpaca, never mind. Alpaca, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the huge donation. I super appreciate it. That is very, very kind of you guys. Thank you all for the support. That is insane. Thank you. Alright, Dr. Pepper, do we want this? It's can't in the early league. I think it is a good idea to have it there. Yeah, let's keep it there. Devoto Devotion. I actually like Dr. Pepper. I'm not sure why I'm mobbing that. I'm actually enjoying it decently. I shouldn't be drinking it, but I still like it. It's like one of my favorite shitty drinks. The Bringer of Rain and Devoto's Devotion. I don't know. I think I honestly, it's kind of like a cool thing, and it's kind of like, you know, the PoE gamer in me who started playing 10 years ago feels bad about removing the early league from that. How can you play a league without having Devotos on the start with a 10% movement speed and sweet chaos resistance? But I also think it's just nice at the start, quite honestly. I'm gonna keep it there. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Chevrons, it should be at least worth something in early league. I've been so hyped the first time I found it. Back when it was an Occultist Vestment together with the Flame Cloak. That was amazing. 40 Divines. Oh, Exalted Ops back then. Ichimonji. Does anyone care about Ichimonji? I mean, maybe there's some cool mercenary combination. Let's remove that. Yeah, I can see some people wanting that. I think Darkrai will be used by some because you can kind of combine it with some shenanigans for Frenzy. Yeah, nothing changing here. Unyielding Flame. Oh yeah, Prism Guardian. Yes, Prism Guardian, yes. All of the 2-stone rings are always early league. Nothing changes about that. The Valcaress is also one of those things that's always nice to keep in early league. Roomies is nice to keep. Singularity is nice to keep. Kongbing. I think as long as Zhangron exists, I'm pretty sure I'm not removing this. Like he's putting has every second freaking build on his offhand, and a lot of people will follow him and get baited into playing Firestorm or something. Yeah, I mean, as a saboteur, it's pretty amazing, right? Force Vow, honestly, one of my favorite armors. I also think it's like one of the things that represents PoE the best. It's like this amazing armor, and you look at it and you have no idea what is good about it unless you have played PoE for quite a while and know like Legion keystones. The first time someone linked it to him, it was like, okay, what is this trash? Light chaos resistance, 3% life. What? Why? But when you think about it, it's like big brain defense armor. Tides of Time and Perseverance, I really like it. Usurper's, okay. Usurper's Presence. I think it will be good because there will be a bunch of people running Bleed, right? This item is insanely overrated. The only people that use it is because Vit told them to. I don't know. I've been running it a couple of times. Absolutely love Force Vow. I mean, the thing is, Force Vow goes against one of the most treasured PoE traditions, the 6 portal defense. And I'm personally thinking that maybe we should think about giving up on that. Okay, Usurper's Penance. Once again, I need a yes or no for that. Do you think Usurper's Penance will be useful or valuable at the start of the league? Like, somewhat. Good. Hegemony. Was Hegemony's buffed? I think they buffed some staves. We will go through the buff list in a second. Should Hegemonies... Okay, Call of Hands. Should Hegemonies or Grey Spire be in early league? Just a yes or no. Guys, thank you so much for the kind words. Much appreciated. And thank you so much for the subscription, donations, and bits and support. You guys are awesome. Alright, we're removing Hegemonies. It's kinda a sad day for me because Hegemonies was one of those super in-demand early thing stuff. Okay, Eye of Metal. Yeah, I think we know this stays in early league, at the very least. I think this league we only have more reasons to show that. Thundermits and Machinamids are always something at the start. Jade Amulets are kind of weird. I mean, they will probably go into non-boss stuff, but Kyrie's Choose and Willow Gift... I think Kyrie's Choose is not really in large demand. I'm gonna remove it. Oh crap. 1 second, sorry, oh yeah, my monitor is working and I pushed the cable, my monitor went black, but I could see the stream. So I'm gonna save it quickly. Kyrie is good for early Righteous Fire, I agree, but I don't think it's good enough. Okay, Shadow and Mids is always nice early. Also, okay, What other items do you think should be highlighted extra specifically at the start of the league? And I'm not talking about mercenary items. Don't forget Perkle is banned. Quirain is highlighted, Death Rush is highlighted. Mage... Get out of here. Is your Mage Blood Tabula is already highlighted. Disdain is highlighted. Crimsorrow, Heat Shiver, Kikazaru. Those are good ideas. Crimsorrow. Okay. Wait. Crimsorrow, show of hands, yes, no? Let's go. Heat Shiver should definitely be there, but it's actually in T2, so it's doing perfectly well. It doesn't need any help. Actually, Heat Shiver can just live in T2 at the start of the league, for all I care. Okay, what was Kikazaru? I don't think Kikazaru is great at the start of the league, especially since it shares a ton of other things. Calm's Promise is already T2. What do you guys want to use? Okay, so Ambush Charge does not work with Mercenaries. Bitter Dream is already highlighted. And let's take a look at Kikazaru is very good. Okay, guys, why is Kikazaru very good? Give me... Who uses Kikazaru? Is it like some Righteous 5 people? I genuinely don't know. Or is it for Totem, Soul people, Soul Mantle people? Exsanguinate Minds uses... Jesus Christ, what have I missed? Okay. Fine, it goes into early league. Okay, what did I miss? There were some other good suggestions that I probably should review. I want to review Darkrai and Bitter Dream. Darkrai. It's in early league, and Bitter Dream is in early league. Let's do a quick update. Null and Void, let's go. I mean, it's gonna stay high tier anyway. Inextricable Fate. What was that again? Oh, it's these. Ugh, they are not hidden anyway. I don't think they're very valuable, but they will not be hidden. Taming. Yeah, Taming doesn't matter. It doesn't drop in this form. Bronzeless. Warrior's Legacy. Okay, Bronzeless is in T3. Bronzeless is actually forbidden to be hidden at the start, so it's fine. It's not going to be early league, but it's forbidden to be hidden at the start. What are you drinking? Homemade lemonade. And I think I should wash the glass. I have the feeling that maybe one of the cats licked it. Make it Scotch. Man, I could go for Scotch today. You know, this league, I'm not trying to get like any pity. I'm genuinely enjoying filter work and league preparation and so forth, but I do tend to have anxiety sometimes, and sometimes the whole thing is overwhelming. This league, reworking the rares and crafting stuff, it's been insanely draining because I had to rework some of the most base assumptions I've built up over the last like 5 to 6 years. I think I've come up with a very, very cool system, and I think it's much more efficient than the previous one, but it's been a crazy ride. Alright, let's get back. Chukurta, Alpaca, Felski, Enon, Poco, Dagi, Grubuk. Thank you so much again. Embalmer. I don't think anyone cares about Embalmer. It is highlighted in T3 boss, it won't be hidden at the start. We'll be looking at Alchemodis anyway. What are people gonna use for Embalmer? What is the main use case there? Singularity is already there. Poison concoction, yeah, that's fair. Clay Shape, I don't think Clay Shape is going to be. Warrior Legacy. People keep spamming Warrior Legacy. Now, I don't know if it's one person or multiple. It won't be hidden anyway. I'm not sure if it qualifies for an early league. My initial thought is no, but it is. Oh, what? I have no idea. Fanta Orange, is it orange lemonade? I have no idea what you're talking about. Lemonade is lemonade. Lemonade is not made out of freaking Fanta. Alright, so once again, sorry, I've been kind of distracted there. Warrior's Legacy. Is this something you think a lot of people will be looking for? I mean, I can't really cheer for that anyway. There's too many bases. It's not hidden. Yeah, you definitely want that, but the thing is that you can't tier for that properly, and it's not hidden. And it also shares bases with Nagamu, Smokus, and Emberwake. It deals double damage? Really? Fine. I mean, it's T3 boss. Let's give it an early league. MP3, thank you so much for that 1000 bits. Super appreciated. Alright. PoE 326 patch notes. So we have, I think this is a fair review of the early league items for now. Let's take a look at the buffs again. They've buffed the unique item changes. So I want to see if any of those is worth considering early league now. So there's Actum 100X. This doesn't make it early league. Also, it's only found in Heist, right? I mean, what's the state with this Actum? Yeah, C2 anyway, it's fine. Admiral body armor got buffed. I think it's highlighted anyway. Allopathy gloves. What is the tiering on those? Allopathy, hideable. Does this qualify to be highlighted at the start? You know what? I'm gonna remove it from hideable. And I'm gonna set it to wait, I'm gonna remove it from hideable. I'm gonna set it. No, stop there. So I got misclicked there. There's like control combinations and didn't work the way I wanted. So Allopathy will not go at the start of the league into hideable. I don't want these buffed uniques to be hidden. Balance of Terror, Brain Rattler. Brain Rattler now has, no, not quite, but nearly the double damage. I think, what do you think? Is this qualifying it to be not hidden? I mean, it's definitely not that bad. It's definitely a lot better, right? It's weird. I don't think anyone will look for that, so this is kind of weird. It's a two-handed mace. Angry Mike, I've unhidden mirrors. But I'm considering doing it again. We'll review this question here. We're also going to review the question of divine orbs for hide runners. Bitterbind point, unique shield, Cane of Kulemak. Cane of Kulemak doesn't need any review. Camera. Okay, the rest is Defiance. That's fine. Divine item should be fine as well. Enmity Divine should be fine. Ephemeral Edge. Ephemeral Edge, my love. What are we gonna do with you? It's gonna go into, so we're gonna remove it from T2. It's gonna go into early league. I still believe people will be running freaking Ephemeral Edge, and I think it will be valuable at the start. Even with the nerfs, I think Ephemeral Edge is still pretty bonkers. I'm not sure if it's T2, but it may be T2. It actually may just be T2. I'm also gonna guess. I'm also gonna be like guessing that they also nerfed its rarity. I wouldn't be surprised if they made it even more rare. Garb of the Ephemeral, no, that stays there. Grace of the Goddess. Grace of the Goddess is such a weird thing. It was pretty much a super unpayable part of the league, and now it's going to be even stronger. I think at the start of the league, this is just a pure T1. Like, there's no need to think about this at the beginning of the league. No matter if you find a Void Battery or Grace of the Goddess, this is always T1. Speaking of which, Siege Axe, yeah, it's over T1. Facebreaker, Hand of Sword and Motion got buffed. Calm Spirit, I don't think this changes anything. Kintsugi got buffed, we already saw that. Mark of the Doubting Knight. The Mark of... now has more crit, so there's more base crit, and there's a lot of crit damage as well. It's actually pretty good. I've been approached by multiple people thinking that this may be a good item, and I kind of agree. Mamba Strike, Blade Trap, I kind of think it's actually much better. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna put it to early league. You know what? No. We're gonna forbid it to go into hideable. How about that? There we go. Only at the start of the league. Then we have Mercenary Lot. Mercenary Lot is now it's kind of like a non-world drop. It's also uncommon. And we're gonna also prevent hiding on that. Let's go with that. Nadir mode got buffed, Null's Inclination got buffed, but I don't think they changed anything. Nuro's Hub is surprisingly good now, but I do not think this changes anything. I don't think anyone will be looking for that. Omeyokan Boots got buffed, Primordial Chain. Primordial Chain is an interesting one. I'm going to give good mechanic stuff on coloring. I'm not sure yet. We'll look into that afterwards. I don't think it's worth highlighting this extra. Same for Queen's Decree and Queen's Hunger. What about Queen's Hunger? How is it highlighted? P3 boss, that's perfectly fair. Rallicash Impatience. Rallicash Impatience will probably be at the start of the league. At least, where was this thing? Large variety. High variety. Spore Guard. Spore got good buff, but it's a multi-special anyway. Shatter Shard, Steel Worm, Soul Taker, Soul Rest. Kind of tricky. I think Soul Rest is actually a lot better now, but it's also a T3 boss. Soul Rest was already kind of solid, but I think it's actually pretty solid now. The issue is Cane of Unraveling is also there, and it sucks, and it shares the base type with Soul Rest. We're gonna do the same thing as with we're gonna do the same thing here. We're gonna put it into T3 and forbid hideable, so it can go anywhere up there. It just is not allowed to go into hideable anymore, right? So it's gonna go into T3 or whatever tiers above that. Now, Void Shot, Warrior's Legacy, Winds of Fate, Wings of Entropy. Oh boy, that thing. Swords on Wings of Entropy? It received a huge buff, but I honestly don't think anyone will be running that because it has this weird chaos fire damage mix. Oh, it's replica Wings of Entropy. Yeah, Wings of Entropy, it's still the same, right? Yeah, I don't think it's getting anywhere. Surgical Crank, and then we have the Erased Toss Ring. Alright, so we are saving that. This should probably be working. Let me quickly check some stats here. Also, guys, thank you so much for all the kind words and for the support and for, well, everything. Apologies, they can't answer all the questions and all the feedback. It's just like, it's pretty overwhelming. I'm also not a super experienced streamer. I'm not like Zizeran, who probably gets his comments pumped into his veins directly. But yeah, thank you all for being here. It's much appreciated.
Glorious.
Right. So,
Glorious.
now we have a decision to make. Where do the subs count towards the portal effect? Not now. They will count starting with 10 p.m. when the league starts. So you can support streamers then. I will probably not streaming the league start. I'm a bit too tired for that. But I will be streaming tomorrow. So if you insist on supporting me, which I appreciate, check out my stream tomorrow. Otherwise, give it to someone else. All right, I don't know if the uniques were moved and dropped. GG never reveals that, so I would not be surprised. Right. Where was I? Okay. Now, mercenaries. You are now officially the word Perkle Stow is back. We have two questions to answer in general. A, how do we tier? What will be buffed in terms of tiering? And B, how do we adjust that practically in the filter? Let me quickly open that. So I've done the poll before that. So thank you so much for participating in the poll. This is highly useful. And let me quickly open the poll. Where's that? 326, right? So we have 875 responses. Thank you so much. Let's review. So what we care about for, first of all, there is a lot of people actually planning on equipping their mercenaries with support gear. Me too. So it's not like saying, oh no, people equip their mercenaries. That is a reasonable response. Then we can actually, okay, stacking mechanics. I'm not stacking. What items do you want to chance? What kind of archetype are you playing? Yeah, and there we have the mercenaries that people want to see. The stuff people want to see. So there's a lot of items there. So we're gonna go through them, which is overwritten by high-class uniques. I think we might want to do that. I think I'm actually in favor of that. This means we need to add a new tier, which is kind of weird, but you know what? I'm okay with that. Unfortunately, this also means we need to do a little bit more work than usual. But that is not a big deal. Usually I prefer to do these things earlier. So, early leveling, early league uniques. We're gonna copy that. And we're gonna call it Merc uniques. We're gonna put it under early league uniques. It's gonna have the same behavior as early league. And we're gonna add a new tier list for that there. Early league. So we're gonna add this here as well. Merc uniques. Then we're gonna close everything for now. We need to add a new tiering rule there. There's two things I need to adjust for that. First of all, I need to add a new aspect. We're gonna call it Merc Unique. And do we need to initialize how it works? Suresh, thank you so much. And guys in general, thank you so much for the giveaway. Much appreciated. Do aspects get any sort of initialization right now? So the Merc uniques will be active only during early league. Will it be? No. You know what? For now, I'm going to leave it active. I'm just going to leave it active for now. So first of all, give me a second. Behavior dictionary, Merc uniques. How did it work again? Let's add it next to uncommon. And we need to add the new, and it's going to have the aspect group uniques. So it's only going to be applying to uniques. Why was I forgot a bracket? Of course, I forgot a bracket. There it goes. Okay, so the Merc uniques have been now initialized. Now we need to give them a behavior. We have just added an early league. So unique tiering rules. Give me a second. Let me search for something. there's just a few secure things I don't want to show back in the database update code. Okay, I think that should be fine. Let me give it a start. Let's see if the tool currently behaves the way I want it to. Okay, POE. Oops. Oh, she's messed up there a little bit. Let's start. Guys, thank you so much for the kind words. I don't frequently stream. Usually between usually, so kind of the way I stream is I stream at the start of league, so you will usually see me play kind of different builds in the first like week or two of the league. I usually beat like all bosses, uber bosses in week 1 or 2, and then get bored of the league and just do something else, usually go program. And between leagues I usually work on indie games, so if you want to see like Unity indie game development, you can basically subscribe to me. Or I'm also working on a roguelike with ARPG elements in Unity, but that's kind of like a side project. It's just something I do for fun. If you're interested in that, I have what was it again? Unity dev? Yeah, I have a document about it and a Discord if you wanna chat. Anyway, that is not for now. I'm not even sure when it's going live or if it's going live, so it's not no real advertising. It's really kind of very theoretical. Kraftswerk, thank you so much, much appreciated. Thank you so much for the sub. Also nice to see you again. All right, Mercenary uniques. Let's check if it works. So we have now. Okay, I need to improve the visuals here, but that's beside the point. We now have this Mercenary unique button, and if let's start with Perkle Store, right? So there's Perkle Store. We're gonna slap Merc unique on it, and we're gonna save. And now I'm gonna read-sear that, and you see this suggests putting it now in Mercenary uniques. So it's a very, very simple logic. There's not a lot of complexity. We're just gonna slap the aspect onto a bunch of items, and this is gonna automatically tier them. Unless they are expensive or shown for other reasons. So this is kind of the logic. All right, we have our wonderful list. So let's go through things that are somewhat popular. Yeah, they will have a different border. That said, I do think I need a short bio break. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Sorry, I'm a little bit underslept and anxious and need a bio break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you soon. Then we're gonna do the tiering. See you soon. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for taking my time. I'm back. What the time is? Rockduck, Alsora Deem, Omega Cybers, Shady Boy, Narrow Thinker, Axt, Kraftswerk, Mighty Baupi, True Edge, Savanochi. Thank you guys for the NPD, Gladiatori, Sebas Ferun, Fritzor, Jim the Legend, MP3, Irenus. I think this kind of covers. Oh, thank you guys for the support. That's super kind of you. As well, two boss, Thomas. Much appreciated. Will we make it before lunch? Absolutely. No doubt about that. Alright, so we are doing Mercenary Uniques now. We just added a new Mercenary Unique tier. And we're gonna go through the actually demanded Mercenary Unique list. Let me quickly find the poll. There's the poll again. And we can take a look at what the mercenary equipment should be. So, Ignomon is covered. Shaper Seed. Shaper. No. Shaper. Shaper Seed. Again, Amulet. Mercunic. Perquill Stowe. We've just given the Mercunic, that's fine. Doedris Damning. It's already in multi special, but we can just slap it Mercunic here as well. Gratus Signet. I mean, otherwise it's hideable. But she's gonna give it to gives him a buff. Anathema. This is already there, but let's give it a Mercunic. Calm's Sign. Belt of the Deceiver. Deceiver. Calm's Binding. Okay, Calm's Binding has, it's a heavy belt, doesn't really matter since it has Mage Blood there, it's anchored. Because it has Mage Blood in there. A Pyroshock Clasp. Pyroshock Clasp is in multi-special high because... Wait, is Pyroshock Clasp a leather belt? I thought it would be a closed belt. Huh, oh well. That has Mercunic now. Juanas. Bite. Mercunic. Windscream. Windscream should be high tier anyway, but it's good that we can give it some more. Wake of Destruction. Mercunic. What you guys are watching is us adding a new tier for Mercenary Uniques. So when you find a unique, and the unique is a good choice for your mercenaries, the filter will inform you about that. Corpse Walker. Corpse Walker will be a high tier anyway, but let's give it a Mercunic. Corpse Walker, Oak Shield. I don't think Oak Shield is good enough. Honestly, it's not this. How was it called? How was the shield called? Vice Oak? No, this is the Vice Oak. Oak? Can't find it. Is it Small Oak? What is the... Is it Springleaf? Why do I think about Oak? Ugh, I don't think it's good. Ralakesh and Patience doesn't really matter because it's going to be in tier 1 anyway. I mean, I can slap it on top of that if for some reason no one uses. Everyone will use Ralakesh. What am I saying? even with the rework, it's still great. Actually, I like the current version more because it doesn't sacrifice the movement speed. Painseeker is indeed a merc unique, it's good. Arsena's Gentle Touch will be T2, but it's also a merc unique. Vixen's Entrapment. This should be a merc unique now. So it's something you can give your curse merc. Tomb Fist. It won't be moved, but let's be consistent. Gravebind. Okay, so Gravebind, not only is this a merc unique, wait, is it? There we go. This is definitely a merc unique. On top of that, I think this is actually very valuable at the start of the league. And there's also Breaststealer, which is also a merc unique. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. So when you find it, pretty much anything you find here will be pretty good. Algor Mortis. I love these gloves. I've made so many builds with these. It's one of those gloves that I feel like are always underrated by so many players in so many leagues. I've been running a lot of builds that feel like farming Ubers and having incredible equipment, and I was still using a corrupted Algor Mortis because it's just so freaking powerful. And now you can give it to your Mercenary. It's insane. It's really insane. If you're not using Algor Mortis, you probably should consider going for that. It's really, really good. Do you still have alpha access? You can lie, but how can I answer truthfully if I can lie? I have alpha access. But I'm not allowed to tell you about Zana fighting Diablo. That's forbidden in NBA. Southbound. Southbound is weird. Some people will use that. It's a boss unique. It's fine. No, let's give it just in case. Learcast. Learcast is now a merc unique. Everyone will want Learcast. Ebers unification is, it shares some big boy uniques. There's Ilfabans and Ebers. Okay. Eye of Malice, early league unique. This is also merc unique. An early league unique. I mean, it will be guaranteed early league. This thing will be so high demanded. In fact, I think in the early league, I think it will be even more expensive. That is, unfortunately, VPF. I am, as you may know from my Filterblade exploits, I'm definitely not a UI developer. My UIs are always pretty terrible. Wait. What was I? Trickster Smile. Okay, Merc. Okay, cool. Blood Price. Merc. Let's save just so that we don't lose any changes. Flame Side. All three of these. Oh, not this. All three of these are pretty great mercenary uniques. Thanks, Mark Mechanic, much appreciated. Is it correct that the MTX for 2 Gift sub starts at 10 PM? Yes, it doesn't start now. I will also not be streaming tonight, but I will be streaming tomorrow if you want to give me your subscriptions. That being said, how do I put it right? It's not like that I don't unappreciate this. I appreciate that a lot. So, yeah, go for it. You can give me to me while I'm offline, yes. Or you can wait from online tomorrow, or you can wait for 10 PM. Sure, it's up to you. just wait for maybe like, you know, like 11 p.m. This I mean, this event is enabled on my stream, but I don't know when it's getting enabled on Twitch, just to go sure. Trickster, Smile, Blood Price, Ilfaband, Dorianis. Dorianis. Grokto. Make a stream stream with Spiri. I realize this is probably not the most amazing thing that I'm doing right now, but we're nearly done. Course Priest Will. This is also a merc unique. Zandeto's Castle. This is something you can give your merc. Victario's Charity. Mute Wind. Brine Rod. And Red Blade. So I think Red Blade will be expensive anyway. Dying Breath. Sign of the Senator. Oscam. Dread Arc. I'm gonna quickly scour the list for other personal hit items. I wonder if there's uniques that use link skills. That would be interesting. And they die if you die. Centauri's answer could theoretically be interesting. Maybe? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of cool. There's 3 curses this can apply. It ignores curse limit. Why not? And then we have Hyrie's Choose. Hyrie's Choose, bow attacks have Culling Strike. No, I don't know. Also, no one really voted for that. Core of the Void. That's in T3 boss. It's also way too uncommon to highlight that. That is Crown of the Tyrant. It's already there. What about... that's fine. Garb of the Ephemeral. This is perfectly fine being there. And we have Doppelganger, guys, is also fine. Oof. Okay. Wait, did I just save the... I actually did not want to save that. Oh, I don't think I applied any suggestions, so it's fine. Oh, good. No damage done. Okay. let's review. I'm gonna read here everything again, and we're gonna sort things by new tier. So these are our early league items. Right, we have lightning coil. Wait, do we have cloak of flame? Yeah, okay. Singularity, Moon, Sorrow, Vulcanus. These are all early league items. These all seem very fine to me. Then we have a ton of hideable items. Let's just review them. Blood Dance. Should Blood Dance? Is Blood Dance an early league item? I don't know. I mean, it can be interesting at the start of the league. Forces a lot of session only use Arctic Armor. Do I tick it or not? It's a hard decision. I would tick it. I also ticked it. Do weird items still drop with Betrayal Overhaul? Yes. The Blood Dance. Eternal Apple. Scales of Justice. Albrand's Warpass. Verjuso.
Glorious.
Bala. I'm just looking through the hideable unique. There's still a whole bunch. I mean, this needs to exist somewhere. Okay, question. Do you want to see a Rise of the Phoenix early in the league? Or Righteous Fire, something like that? And the first 2 days, should that receive any extra highlight? Good. The Negator. Rhyme Gaze is kind of cool at the start. 3 dragons and Will Clash. Should 3 dragons and Will Clash be early league unique? I also don't think so. Chassis food. Sorry, but I only exclusively sell to Git. Rhinrod Valence. Goat Worm. Early league or not? I think this may be somewhat interesting with mercenaries, but I think yes. That item? You really think so? Did I change my camera? I moved it a little bit. Is it better or worse, Rage? Rarity doesn't work with Mercenary now? Why doesn't it? Didn't they say they... Why wouldn't it work with Rarity? Do we have any confirmation that it doesn't? Because my speculation is it works. The question is, can we make Mercenary into a Magic Find color and give them Mercenary Magic Find gear? So if we would give them like Gold Worm and maybe a Culling Strike, would they create more Magic Find for you? And my current assumption is yes. I think this is Merc gear. So mercenaries only count as ally, not party member or minion? Yes, but that doesn't mean they can't create. That doesn't mean they can't create magic find. This doesn't deny having magic find. You can have like an attack have something like item rarity socketed with that. That will also get more item rarity. At least that's my thought. Nightbliss, thank you so much. Much appreciated. It's very kind of you. Alright, so these are the hidden items. We're gonna go through them a little bit more quickly. Codex, thank you. Maligaros should at least be early league, right? I think Maligaros is a nice pickup at the start of the league. What do you think? It's kind of if you're just starting with crit. Yeah, at least let's give it early league. Kind of feels weird that it's not. So we know Ambus doesn't work. Vandalas, no. It sounds like Vandala should be an early league item. But I'm not looking for like Act 1 or Act 2 or Act 3 items. I'm looking for something you're interested in like for 2 or 3 days, or maybe like 1 or 2 days. Think about early league items like something that has value or demand once you reach early endgame. The only exception to that is really Go Trim, because Go Trim is still very good early in the endgame. Also, keep in mind this doesn't hide any of the uniques, it just gives these mercenary uniques a little bit more highlight. Thrill Steal. No. I've tried making it an early unique and always backfire. Searing Touch could be there. I don't think there's a lot of demand for that, so maybe Altik, this thing could be potentially a mercenary unique. I think that's something you can give a mercenary. This already Singularity is already listed as an early league. Clay Shaper not worse. I don't think Clay Shaper meta will happen. Clay Shaper isn't even that good in my opinion. Alright, then we get to the mercenary uniques. These are the current mercenary uniques. So this means these uniques are there because they're not in any higher relevant tier. Vitarius, Bloodbright, Suckervows, Cosplays, Learcast, American Painseeker, Centauri, Dying Breath, Shaper Seed, Vixens, Ahuanas, Trickster Smile, Brine Rod, Wake of Destruction, Ignomon, Orskam, Gratus, Sign of Vicinity, and Tomfist. There's a lot of other uniques that kinda have mercenary tag there, but they're already in a higher tier than this. So we're gonna save this setting for now. We're gonna review these again and look into these in a second. Okay, question. Do you think Mercenary unique should be above early league uniques or below early league uniques? That means they will have different colors. Do you care more about seeing Mercenary uniques or early league uniques? Can I promote my PoE boarding program on your site? You can negotiate about profits. Sure. Let me give you my initial offer. You can't do it. You can't go for both. It needs to be one or the other. You can't give it two appearances. Okay, you know what? It's time for a poll. Poll/poll. Can I do that? Okay, poll. Do you care more if a unique is an early game unique that is usable? Look, I can't make the poll too long. Okay. What do you care about more? Early game uniques versus merc uniques. Okay, responses. Early game unique, merc unique, and merc unique.
Glorious.
And you can use 200 mochi coin for additional vote because I don't care. You have 1 minute time. Go for it.
Glorious.
I think that is pretty obvious. I'm crashing the mochi coin economy. Why not both? Because it is kind of appearance based. An item can be either in tier A or in tier B and will only get one of the two appearances. Did I see... Okay, we need to talk about more important things in PoE. Did I see the Rimbo DLC? Yes, and I'm super hyped for it. I have over 1,000 hours in Rimworld, practically 2,000, but it's like AFK half of the time because launching it was like 200 mods takes a time sometimes. So yeah, very excited for it. Fair enough. Merc uniques goes above early uniques. Thank you so much for the support, guys. All right, so we do have an issue, so we don't yet have an appearance for those. So first of all, let me just put something into this. So gold amulet. Perkistore was a gold amulet, right? So it goes into this gold amulet. And a leather cap. Goes there. All right, let us generate the filters. Please don't crash. Oh wait, that's the... No, wrong tool. 1 second. Guys, thank you so much for the support. Skvega, Fortune, Populous, much appreciated. Alright, I'm gonna switch to the exo generator. We're gonna generate all the uniques. Cool. So this is the visuals for the updated PoE Filterblade site. Sorry, brain like there for a second. We're gonna go into uniques here, and oh, we actually need to expose that. I can't see those. Lol, hi Twitch chat. No streamer mode. Yeah, it's weird. I actually enabled streamer mode. I don't know why it's not there. Let me switch to streamer mode. No, it actually didn't enable stream mode. It should auto enable. So weird. Streamer mode, and there we go. Now it's hidden. Now you can tell me all your darkest secrets.
Glorious.
Let's give it a description. Unique, specifically useful for equipping your mercenary. Keep in mind. Let's go with that. So let's see if this works. I would say not. Why not? Oh my god, I keep forgetting that, Zoe. You're right. I'm always. That's my fault, and my fault for developing it this way. This freaking too lowest thing. I don't know why I've done this. It's been idiotic. Maybe at some point we should just rework that. Thank you. Okay, here we go. So now we have this new here. Mercenary focus uniques. We can adjust this color, I would like to give them some special appearance. Checking how it looks on different screens. Alternatively, we can copy that and give this one a different border. I'm not inverting the default unique. Okay, should we go with Seal border? Do you have any different ideas? The blue is nice, will stand out. Yeah, I think we should go with that. This kind of gives it a bit of a special focus. So we need to still implement that.
Glorious.
Okay, do we overwrite it anywhere? Wait, that's wrong. I'm doing something stupid here. That is the border, not the background. So we need to copy that. Early uniques and merc uniques. All right, let's see if we can test it. So I'm gonna rebuild all filters using the new setting. Let's hope it doesn't crash. Seems fine. The exo, wait, I have a command for that. Look at this. There's something utterly satisfying about being able to use commands for such niche questions. Okay, there we go. Is it fine? This is the appearance that you'll get for Mercenary uniques. There's a whole bunch of them. Just gonna push the in-between version for testing. Oh, it's there wrong. Let me start the UI again. Okay, so we are now done with... Actually, no, we're not done. Standing desk. I got her, right? Goodbye. Crap. Screen and black shit. Ah. Some cables loose. And for some reason, the now it works. Okay. So, once again, give me guys kind of like 2 minutes. What are your ideas for cool uniques for mercenaries? What do you guys think of that maybe I have forgotten? Don't you dare, Haddock. Kingslayer, Cospriest is there. The new ring, I'm not sure about that. I mean, Mage Plan. Perkle Stowe, yes, already there. Calm's Binding is there. Ventor's Gambo will be tiered differently. Delph Helmet is tiered highly anyway. Dying Brass is there. What? Zoe Float lost that Twitch mode? Seriously? That's how it works? Zoe, can you write something, please? I thought this is allowed. Battle Deceiver is there. Winterweave. Winterweave is already there. Oh, mostly because Calm. Ambush Charge doesn't work. The Blood Price is already there. Ignomon is already there. Graveman is there. Liakas is there. Calm's Belt is there. Winterheart is not there, but I don't see why this is Merc related. Polaric. Polaric Devastation, it's only a boss drop, so I wouldn't add it there. Shaper's there. Shaper Seed is... Yeah, it's the Merc uniques. The Dream Fragment is not a Merc unique. Sakaval. Sakaval is C2, so it's okay. But I mean, we can give it a Merc unique in case it drops in price. I just don't think it matters. Windscream is there. Legacy of Fury is a good one, but it is in non-world drop anyway. Let's give it a second. Oh, I need a very short break. I'll be right back. So I'm gonna be back in like 3 minutes. See you soon. I'm back. Percustos or cracked mercenaries. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna quote an anti-Percusto speech in an attempt to dissuade you so that its price drops so that I can buy it. Mercenaries also increase the HP of enemies. No, seriously, it's great. I can't even do that seriously. It's a pretty great item for them. Arsonist Touch was added. Okay, so let us take a look at the to-dos. Steering uniques are done. Mercenary uniques are done. Leadership's price. I don't even know if leadership's price works, but it's highlighted anyway. Okay, so Divination card. So there's a whole bunch of them. I would like to see them. Let's find the changelog. Divination card. Divination of Plenty. Bargain. The bargain. Bargain. The bargain is currently in TNU. We need to put it somewhere else. Okay, the bargain gives you 1,500 vivid life force, so you can delete your apothecary. How much should this be worth? I'm not commonly playing Harvest or gambling my card, so how expensive is this? Wait. Oh, the Avian Pursuit. Whoops. Okay, Avian Pursuit it is. Sorry. 40 chaos-ish. 35 juice. Okay, let me take a look. Avian Pursuit. How many stacks does it have? 3. So with 3 stacks, it's T2. Probably, maybe T3, but I prefer putting new ones a little bit. What do I? No, not bargain. Why am I moving bargain? Brain, stop. Avian Pursuit. It's fine. Avian Pursuit should be fine. Okay, next one. The bargain is now a flawless breachstone. PoE the bargain. How many cards was that? Does this change? Can I find it here? The bargain. No, I can't find there. 5 cards for flawless breachstone. That should be at least 10 chaos each, right? I mean, if you get like a flawless Chirula, it's very expensive, but even a flawless Xop should be like worth at the beginning 50 chaos at the very least. So that means the bargain probably goes into T2 with pretty safely, right? And then we have the mayor now drops Light of Meaning. Okay. 5 cards for Light of Meaning. Jesus Christ, what's the price for an identified Light of Meaning? Does anyone know? What was it last league? I'm gonna assume this goes like T2-ish. I don't think this is T1. Let's go with T2 for now. Okay. The monochrome gives you a Valdo box. Finally, something simple. How many was a monochrome? So I think monochrome was like 9 cards. Let me take a look. The monochrome PoE. Monochrome was 3 cards for a Valdo box. It's at least a T2, right? It's at least a T2, probably later even more. So it's like 8 here. Somebody's wisdom is now a tabula rasa with 2 implicit modifiers. And it needs 3 cards. Ah, this is a tough one. A tabula rasa. Okay, a tabula rasa by default is something I would put into T2 if it's a full tabula rasa. A partial tabula rasa should be T3, but it has 2 implicit modifiers.
Glorious.
2 implicit modifiers doesn't make it go T1. You will still unlikely want to use that as kind of like a source of your endgame power for a long time. It may be good for a while, but it's not exactly what you're looking for. I think this goes T3, maybe T2. What do you guys think? T3 or T2? 3 cards. If you get 3 cards, you get a corrupted tabula rasa with 2 mods. Yeah, I also think T3. T3 is kind of like more than 3 or 4 cards, less than 12. T2 for 3 cards. I mean, I kind of get it. You're kind of right. T2 for 3 cards, double implicit no fear of corruption. I mean, if you get like a tabula rasa with 2+2 gems, or even +1 gems, and something else. No, we're gonna go with T2 for now at least. Maybe I'm underrating that. Squandered prosperity. Wait, yeah. Monochrome goes away. Somebody's wisdom goes away. Squandered prosperity. Corrupted light of meaning. Seriously? You guys, your lights of meaning. Great. This also goes in the same tier. This also goes T2. It's actually a little bit better than the mayor thing. By the way, that is a cool thing, and I think it was the same guy. Look at this. The mayor, 5 cards, gives you a light of meaning. And you see this guy patting a cat. And Squandered Prosperity is the same guy drinking and gambling and gets the corrupted light of meaning. I appreciate it a little bit. It's nice. It's cool. Does it make it go into T1? No. But still. The Underground Forest Divination card now is re-enabled and awards 10 Grand Eldritch Embers. Four cards, 10 Grand Eldritch Embers. Now, Grand Eldritch Embers are not that expensive. So we're looking at how much will you get for 10 Grand Eldritch Embers? Probably like T2, right?
Glorious.
It's probably going to be less than 40k. I don't think it's 50. Well, maybe 40 at this. I mean, let's put it in T2 for now, since it's just 4. But, yeah. It's going to go into T2. Then we have these 5 cards. Will you be playing the league? Of course, I play every league. I'm gonna start on a Golem Elementalist running Glacial Cascade, and maybe I'll also put some Heralds in. And after I get some special gear, we're gonna go for Stormburst. And maybe I'll go Winter Orb later. Alright. Okay, and then we have these 5 cards. These are new. Tatiana, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. 500 people, welcome. We are doing filter work. We are building the filter for the upcoming filter update. We are currently reworking divination cards, retiering them. We've just done the rework divination cards. So now we're taking a look on how we should be tiering them for the upcoming update. Now there's one more thing I should be doing, and that is I wanna take a look at the 5 cards we've added. The Avian Pursuit, and I'm gonna delete any notes about that. Delete full base type. Goodbye. Then we're gonna take a bargain, and we're deleting that as well. This is so that these cards will not be retiered by any previous information. So until we have up-to-date data on those, I don't want them to be in the filter, or in the aspect file. They will be still in the filter. The mayor is there, the monochrome. Once the data is there, I'll of course be changing it. Somebody's wisdom. Squandered prosperity. And underground forest. Dr. T3? Yeah, let's put in TT5. Alright, so we're gonna save that. Right, so I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna restart the application so that everything is not cached just in case. Right, so let's take a look at our to-dos. The new and reworked divination cards have been added. Now we're going to take a look at the tiering of divination cards and scarabs and fragments. So the tiering of divination cards is always a bit of a tricky thing at the start of the league because you're considering so many factors. But we should at least take a look at the early league cards and see what can be adjusted there. Okay. We know what Renewables card give, right? Yes, we do know that, and this has been just adjusted. By the way, here you can see 6% of the uniques are mercenary uniques. Alright, so if we were to tier with this data, what would we get? First of all, I wanna look at the tier 5 cards. Wow, Zizeran. Hey mate, and thanks so much for the 100 subs. Super appreciated. That's very kind of you. Welcome. Super huge thanks. Oh my god, the screen is spammed. Huge thanks. Very, very kind of you. Darker Half. Darker Half is weird. So we have 5 Eldritch Chaos Orb with a stack size of 3. Is this tier 1 at the beginning of the league? I don't think so. It's like tier 2, right? But just at the beginning of the league. The Nurse is still T1. Circle of Fear, 3 implicit, should probably be T1 instead of 2. Avian Pursuit. Wait, didn't we delete that? We should delete that. Oh, it was already deleted? Oh, it's coming from the economy base. That's fine. That is okay, because we're loading the economy base, but I can't find it in the aspects. Okay, Divine Orbs. Savior. Greatest Intention. Friendship. Oath. Uprising. It will be expensive. Vow Breach. Weird Gem. Gonna put in T2 for now. Last One Standing. Thread of Hope. Elder Slayer. Exalted Torp. There's one Elder Slayer Exalted Orb. This goes into T2 currency, no timeless. Let's go into. I don't think this is T1 material. Defiance of Destiny, Squire, Soul Taker, Benos, Misery and Darkness, Shout of the Lightless. Will probably be expensive at the start. That being said, I don't think this is T1 material. Divination is corrupted, still very good at the start. Toxic, very good. 5 Exalted Orb, yeah, Brother's Dash, this is automatically T1. Enlighten level 3. How expensive is an Enlighten level 3 at the start of the league? What do you guys think? This is really hard for me to approximate. I rarely tell high level gems kind of like day 1 or day 3. Or buy them. For div? Pretty expensive right away? Yeah, then it should stay T1. Or maybe T2? I mean, it's 6 cards for a T1, couple of divs. Now, let's keep it T1 then. House of Mirrors is automatically T1. Experimented item. Wait, let me look at that. Auspicious Ambitions. Auspicious Ambitions is experimented item, double influence T1. I don't think this is high demand at the start. This shouldn't be T1. Insane Cat gives you a Mage Blood, the Watcher's Eye, Nimbus, Mage Blood, Sublime Vision, Mage Blood. So many Mage Blood cards. Strangle Grasp. All of these like T1 cards, we don't need to think about them. They just go auto T1. There's nothing to do there. House of Mirrors is also T1. 5 Divine Orbs is T1. T1 is S tier. 2 Fracturing Orbs, Headhunter, level 6 Supporter Gems, Headhunter, Mirror Shards, Grunt Spectrum, Divine Justice. Nimia, thank you so much as well. Guys, thank you. Thank you so much for the giveaways, thank you so much for the support. Divine Justice gives you 1 Grunt Spectrum with just 1 card. It's a very cool rework. There's Voidforge, Voices, Corrupted, 7 stacks. Yeah, it's definitely not T1, it's T2. Because you don't know how good the voice... Oh, yeah, Bottled Face can stay T1, I think. Starfish can stay T1. Divine Orb, Unnatural Instinct, 2 Implicit Corrupt, yes. Dying Sun with 2 cards is probably T1. Level 4 Enlighten is definitely T1. Atirus Reflection with 5 cards is still T1. Matryoshka. What was Matryoshka? There was something special about this card. Was it the one with 4 implicits? Four anointments. Yeah, it's very good. Diamond Trink, Broken Promises. What is special about that? Broken Promises. I need to improve my visualization for that. Diamond Ring, 2 implicit synthesized. Yeah, it's good. But is it T1 good? Do you like, if you find Broken Promises at the start of the league? YF, is stream dead?